Welcome to Melbourne Park, I should say. Melbourne Park in the centre of Melbourne for this first round match between a legend of our sport, Andy Murray, and this man, Matteo Berrettini, who is one of the young guns on the tour. He's nearly 10 years younger than his opponent today, Sir Andy Murray, who of course has been a 5-time runner-up here at the Australian Open. What a record he has. What a commitment to the sport he's made. And this is a tough first round. The 13th seed Berrettini would not have been hoping to draw Murray in the first round here. That just adds that little bit of extra pressure. And he's a man that's up to it. He's been in a final of Wimbledon himself, Berrettini. He's one of the young players who hasn't won a major yet that we would expect to do so. But of course, Andy Murray, a 3-time Grand Slam champion. If you go before, it doesn't count. Okay, go now. It's better for me. And it looks like he's making an exit just before the toss of the coin. Maybe a bathroom break for Sir Andy. I noticed he was hydrating significantly as he came onto the court. He sat down, he continued to drink. It's a hot day in here in Melbourne. And as we speak, we've been informed that play has been suspended on the outside courts. But of course here on Rod Laver Arena, the roof is closed. And a man that knows a lot about both of these players, and specifically Sir Andy Murray, my fellow commentator Mark Petchy. Petch, great to see you. We're looking forward to your insights here.
Yeah, Fitzy, it's good to be here. It's a big change, isn't it? Having the roof shut, it's going to make a big difference, I think. I think Andy would have been a little nervous with the heat as it was. He's been struggling a little bit over the last 6 months with some cramping that seems to have kind of affected him. It's not through sort of lack of hard work, as we know. He's always putting in the hard yards. So I think that was obviously a little over-hydration. Stefan Edberg did that before he played Jim Courier one time at the US Open, I remember, in the final there.
Good. Okay, gentlemen, welcome to Melbourne. Few important reminders. We're using the net sensor, and we have electronic line calling, including footfalls. So keep on playing until you're an out call. And we have the towel boxes on each corner. So red and blue, Matteo, okay? And the red. And we have the third clock on all position around the corner, plus the scoreboard. Okay? Any question about anything? Easy, can you ask Andy? Do you have yes, or AO? AO. Australian Open. Australian Open. Ken Roswell or Australian Open, okay? Up in the air. Wow, good flip. Ken Roswell, receive? Okay, so picture together, receive, perfect.
So Mohamed Layani there, the very effusive central umpire. He knows his stuff, and I would not have been able to not pick Ken Rosewell on the side of that coin. He's my man, and he and Rod Laver were my heroes, Mark. And anyway, the AO's on the other side of the coin that they toss, and it seems that Berrettini will receive. Gee, Andy Murray, he's 6'3". He's a big man when you stand next to him, but he was significantly shorter there than Berrettini. He's an imposing figure, isn't he?
He is. Matteo certainly is. 35 years old, of course, Andy now. And, well, your mate Ken Rosewell as well was still winning majors at this age, wasn't he?
Well, I'm honoured that you call him my mate, because I'd like to be. He's still living large, Ken. He's in good shape. Gee, we miss him here at the Open this year. I hope he comes next week. I haven't found that out yet, but he deserves to be with his name on the with his face on the coin. I'm assuming he will. You know a lot about this man. Tell us about Andy.
Yeah, well, he's looking for his 50th win here in Australia. Of course, it's been he's been on the edge of history and heartbreak here on so many occasions now, and 5 finals, of course. And you know, he's a better player than he ever would be because he's been reshaped by the rivals around him, but they've obviously been the thief to some of his dreams, and that obviously is a little bit painful, no question about it. But it's not through effort. He's not going to have ghost Fitzy. He's not going to think what he might think what might have been, but he's not going to think what might have been because I didn't put the effort in.
I think that's the important thing. That little addition you made at the end, he gave it his all in those 5 finals. So yes, there'll be some heartache there for the rest of his life in terms of tennis, but he can sleep well at night, no doubt about that. He gave it everything. Can this guy win a major?
I think at the current sort of I think with Novak around, I'm going to say no, actually, because I just think Novak just finds his backhand on too many occasions. I think if Novak goes out of a draw, I think he's got the capabilities to do it. But you've also got to look at Berrettini's record. We're seeing him here. He's obviously ranked 14 in the world right now. And when we look at his record, and we look at his record on a hard court, he actually, against top 50 players, has a losing record. 34 wins, 35 losses for Berrettini. And when you think of how good he is and how well he's done, it would suggest that he's maybe got potential DNA to win majors, but he's probably not quite there yet.
That's rather a shocking stat. Well, I'm shocked with that stat because to me, he's just way too good a player to have a record like that. You'd expect him to have a heavy win to loss ratio against the players of that caliber. But he does have a big top end. I think a high ceiling at times. The backhand is a worry against the guys that can get to it, but gee, there's some weapons there too.
It is a very hot day, as Fitzy was just saying, and
it's actually hotter than that right now because they have halted play outside, Mark.
And that is why these fans that are inside to support both of these two wonderful players will enjoy also having the roof shut here as well. It will make much more pleasant viewing for the fans. Another interesting stat for Berrettini as he just gets introduced to this crowd as well is that he's never been in the top 10 in majors as well. He's 0 for 8 against top 10 players, and I always sort of feel like Andy comes out onto court in one of these occasions as a top 10er.
Do you think at a current ranking of 46 he still has that aura though?
I think not, no. I think that's the reality.
30 seconds.
He's definitely got sort of vulnerability about him that he didn't have before, and I think also probably for you know, for a while now he's been doubting his best style of play as well. He obviously, when he was world #1 back in 2016, it was very obvious how he would win and how he needed to win and how he needed to play, and he got robbed of a couple of great years there. There's no question by the hip problem that obviously he sustained. So that was a tough break. Finish the year as year-end #1, win the World Championships, and the best of the best, become year-end #1. And then obviously succumb to the hip problem pretty much 6 months after that. So no, I think the vulnerability is there, not just from the other players looking at him, but also from his own perspective about how much he needs to run to be able to play and how much more on the front foot he needs to be.
Yeah, he's always been so physical, and sometimes I've always worried that it's a contradiction in terms there. Sometimes I have always worried that he works too hard on every point, that he could finish some points quicker than he does, and therefore the longevity of his body may hit a wall because he has worked so hard every time he comes on the court. He does need to move well, and it must be logical now that at 35, with the hip issues he's had, he cannot be quite as quick as he used to be, and that's a worry for a guy who wants to get back into that top echelon of the sport. Is it possible is the question that I have, and maybe it is, but it's harder now. Logic says his best tennis, his very, very best, is gone. Doesn't mean he can't still be awfully good though, and highly ranked. And he brings an aura to the court, does this man, Sir Andy Murray. He's going to serve first. And this is a very exciting matchup in the first round of the Australian Open. Murray to serve, Berrettini receiving.
First set, Andy Murray to serve. Ready? Play.
That's where he doesn't want to be leaving the ball too often today. That is low-hanging fruit for Berrettini on the forehand side, and he can create a lot of magic off that forehand. Lots of different areas of the court that he can access with the huge spin rate and pace that he has on that forehand side.
$30.
get an indication there of the ability of Berrettini to change the pace.
30,
and that's a weapon
15.
in itself. He can rally out of nowhere. The racket head speed on his forehand wing increases and he smashes that forehand. And it can shock an opponent at times. It might take a while for Andy to get used to that speed. But it's certainly an asset from Berrettini that Murray needs to be aware of.
It's important, I think, as well, to actually get Berrettini to hit as many forehands from that part
15.
of the court. It's not as impressive when he's hitting it in the forehand side, and sometimes it's tough when you know that's the opponent's best shot to kind of force yourself to actually hit the ball there off a return like that. You almost want to guide it back to the backhand side, but that's where Berrettini will be lurking.
It's like a great white shark, just lurking. Oh my goodness. Well, that's special. I was about to say excellent play from Murray. He took Berrettini out wide, as you
30.
suggested, Mark, and then for that one, and it looked like he was in control of the point. That's an exceptional shot. Great control. You can tell he enjoyed it.
Game Murray.
Good solid start.
First game.
He's made a nice deep run here last year into the semis, did Berrettini. Had struggled a little bit against world-class players for a while, actually. He had lost his last 11 matches against top tenors prior to the United Cup this year, but he got a couple of notable scalps at Casper Ruud, Hubi Hurkacz there, so that kind of just stopped the rot for the moment. But it does, again, just allude to a little vulnerability and a little weakness on that backhand side. It is a shot that he is going to slice with the same almost frequency as Dan Evans out there, that is obviously he's playing at the moment. I think Dan, I just saw him, they came off court with play suspended. He's 2 sets to 1 up, but Dan obviously, and that's the kind of paradox that you take on Berrettini with, because he's got such a big game, one of the biggest serves, biggest forehand, and yet on the backhand side, it's just a complete sort of subtle change.
It's a contradiction, really, isn't it?
Matteo Berrettini to serve.
Shane is physio, Ivan in the middle there, Leon Smith, Matt Gentry at the back behind Ivan, and there's Judy as well on the left of your picture.
That is the great Ivan Lendl.
He'll have you believe that.
I enjoyed that.
One of the things that Andy will be contending with is that we're talking about the heaviness of the forehand, the strike, the spin, the speed that's coming at you, and you can see a big differential between the two out there, and you won't want to get into too many exchanges with Berrettini, as I say, using that forehand in the backhand corner. That's when it's its most lethal.
Well, they're two very different tennis players. Berrettini is forehand-centric.
15 on.
He bases his game, like many modern-day players do, around this serve, which we can talk about later on, because this is exceptional. It's a little bit unusual in its technique, but the effectiveness of this serve is quite extraordinary for me. But he's a forehand-centric player from the back of the court, centric player, I think you would call him. The backhand is certainly his better wing, so to compare their two forehands is a little bit unfair in a way, isn't it? eccentric player, I think you would call him. The backhand is certainly his better wing. So to compare their two forehands is a little bit unfair in a way, isn't it?
It's a very heavy racket that Berrettini plays with. I don't know how many of our viewers are with us that have tried to mess around with the weight on your racket and everything else, but the more weight you put into the head of the racket, it makes the ball feel very heavy for the opponent when it's coming down the other end.
See the change of speed and the sound. You can hear it on the TV screen as well. Just
30 all.
The increase in racket head speed that just whipped that ball down the other end quicker than the previous few he'd hit, and that's where he stings you. He hasn't found the middle of the racket yet, Matteo. He'll be a bit worried here.
40.
Got him.
In Murray.
And that is a play that... Got him.
In Murray.
And that is a play that Berrettini likes to go to, the +1 drop shot.
Wow. Gee, I just have a mental block with this play on a hard court. I thought it was poorly executed, and it's dangerous. There's still speed in the Murray legs. That's just too deep, and he gets to the top, that ball almost at the top of the bounce. It was that easy for him. Bad choice from Berrettini, or certainly poor execution.
Not feeling the ball at all there. Berrettini just tapping his hand on the racket there again, just a little bit at sea with the tension and the conditions, and maybe the roof closing has just thrown him out a little bit. Murray's adapted better.
Berrettini, he started in second gear here. He's mistiming the ball. Made a bad shot selection, I think it's fair to say. On the previous, on the break point, there's Vincenzo Santapadre there in the left. Gave me a lesson at Foro Italico years ago. Nice man.
Did he charge you for it?
Look, I offered to pay. He was very gracious. He said, no, that's a free lesson.
If you're
15. Going to go down a break, you might as well go down a break early. That's the only positive I think you can find in losing your serve early in a match. Gives you a bit more time to break back in this first set, but never a nice feeling.
You see a lot of that, I think, today from Andy when he sees Berrettini set up for the slice. He's going to try and just take a little half step more towards his backhand corner to get his forehand into play. It was one of the plays that he used effectively against Djokovic back in 2016. Just got his foot stuck underneath him, I think. Nothing too serious.
Yeah, there's a wet patch here on the court too. Unusual for Andy. He's so good on his feet normally, but yeah, so we need to. He probably needs to dry that. Oh, Mohamed Layani all over it, Petch. He's not missing anything that's going on in these surroundings. He's flat-footed, Berrettini, to me. Like I mean, that second serve was okay from Andy, but it was, you know, just a normal speed of 150 odd Ks, and Berrettini just not in position at all.
Smart second serve though, wasn't it? Kept it nice and low with the slice rather than kicking it in and making it a little bit easier for Berrettini.
I think the body, the backhand body, is a good place to go against Berrettini. It does stop him using his weapons, doesn't it? And it's a big body. Ivan's asleep. Oh no, now he's awake.
Deuce.
Won this tournament twice. 8-time Grand Slam singles champion, Lendl, one of the great modern players he was. Tell you what though, he's been in a good paddock.
Advantage, Murray.
So important to play with variety, and Andy moving around his first serve very nicely, getting a lot of success going into the Berrettini forehand here. So important to consolidate the break. Berrettini, not one of the best out there on tour in terms of getting the re-break after dropping serve. And he's not going to increase his stat in that department. Murray lands the opening 3 games perfectly.
Murray is 3 games to love.
Roger Rashid, I think, has managed to make his way to courtside. Hey, Rog.
G'day, Mark and Fitzy, and yeah, look, it's got a second week feel, this match. There's no doubt about that. It's a really good ambience down here. The conditions are thick. I'm sure you would have talked about it with being the roof closed, so it's not lively as it would have been with the roof open. And Berrettini, you saw there looking at his racket. I think he's going to go down pitch in his racket tensions, but it doesn't feel like he's getting enough out of the ball at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely tapping his strings, and he is definitely struggling a little bit. But that is one of the awkward things about playing something over 2 weeks, isn't it? You can encounter a lot of different environments and atmospheres.
Seats quickly, please. Thank you.
I think it's a really good point that you both make about string tension here. You plan for the day. You get all of your rackets done at the tension you expect to be using without the roof closed. Then they close it. The atmosphere is different. You know, certain restrings then feel tighter because of it, and you have to adapt.
Behind the place.
But
Thank you.
maybe that's a good point. He started slowly,
already.
Berrettini. Feels like he doesn't have a lot of feel, but I was thinking more he was just a bit flat-footed. No adrenaline early in the match. It's been a slow start for him. Roger, you're sitting down on the court side there.
15 love.
The drop shots that I've seen so far this summer, not just at the Australian Open, but in the lead-up tournaments, the United Cup and Adelaide, there's very few succeeding at drop shotting. Is the courts, or are the courts bouncing higher this year, do you think, sitting at courtside?
I think, Fitzy, the balls are livelier, aren't they, out of the can? So when they're newer, I guess that they do jump a bit off the court. So there might be a combination of both. But I agree with you. I haven't seen a lot of the winning ratio is not big, is it?
The players getting to drop shots so easily, and yeah, they've been a losing choice so far for me.
Thirty, 15. Left for service. Out. 14, 15.
Rafa's been talking about how the ball perhaps is affected more by the players with the high spin rate, and certainly Berrettini is up there. He's the fourth highest last year, joint fourth highest last year in terms of RPMs on the ball on his forehand side. So he's up in the same echelons as Rafa is.
Okay, we've seen a winner. Very deft touch there, though. That was cleverly played. And he had Murray right off the court, didn't he?
Murray leads 3-1.
That was a sensational slice, wasn't it? And there's that lovely blend of tennis that Berrettini brings to the court. And it is a nice delta that he has between the power and the finesse.
fault.
Pickleball comes to the Australian Open.
15 love.
We could play a rally like that, Roger.
Yeah, it was what it did show. There was, you're right. That's about it with raw speed, but he hasn't only got good court craft when he likes that cat and mouse game.
Went through a process of trying to change rackets middle of the way through sort of 2021, and at the end in the off season it did change for a month down here in Australia. He's had a few iterations on the racket. He went to a longer one for a little bit and just has gone back to the normal one. It's interesting. It must be the paint job, but I'm looking at his racket here and I almost feel like it looks a little bit different to the one that he has played consistently with the course of his career. If the frame just looks a little wider to me, I'm sure it isn't.
Andy's doing a really good job athletically at the moment. You can see
40 love.
He looks like his body's alert, and it's, you know, jumping around using that forehand. You can see there's a lot of bounce and energy out of his legs right now.
Brilliant from Berrettini. That's old school grip as well, and yet somehow he managed to manufacture something out of nothing.
40-15.
Such an important shot, the slice forehand. It keeps you in rallies where you just get the opportunity to maybe make something like that happen. Probably too little, too late to salvage this particular game, though. Oh, what a serve.
Murray.
Exceptional from Murray. Rolling back the years here in the opening set. 4-1.
Murray leads 4-1.
Last time, of course, coming in Antwerp, did make the final in Stuttgart, of course, lost to Berrettini there. There's another racket that's already come back out here. I wonder whether that was late to the stringers because of the change with the roof being shut. Just wanted to make sure he's got enough options at his disposal.
I bet it was.
He's never practiced with a racket that isn't brand newly strung.
Is that right?
Yeah, every day.
Gee. Well, you can tell that
the stringer has a very nice conservatory and swimming pool, lounge area.
Did you string at some stage?
No.
Some more powers, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well,
At time.
both these players can be very happy, I think, with the ability of this great stadium to close its roof, because outside it is sweltering now. A real advantage, I think, playing in these conditions. Your body can take this so much easier than out there.
Second Brit-Italian clash, of course, of this year's Australian Open on the men's side. Jannik Sinner getting the better of Kyle Edmund, who's still trying to find his form on a protected ranking. Comfortable win for Sinner then, anything but comfortable for Berrettini here in the moment.
Love 15.
A few ups and downs with injuries over the last year. Of course, had to pull out of COVID after playing so beautifully in Stuttgart and at Queen's, defending his title there. The ab injury was really the most significant disruptor to his season last year.
15 all.
Became the 8th player at the
13,
Cinch Championships,
15.
or as you knew it, the Queen's Club Championships, Fitzy in your day. 8th player in the Open era to win back-to-back titles there. The other 7 were all former world #1s. Pretty nice club to be a part of that for Berrettini. Murray, Roddick, Hewitt, Lendl, Becker, Connors, McEnroe.
Wow. A little bit out of our league, that group. No, gee. He's just not, he's not dialed in yet, Roger, is he? He's just, he looks like he's, I don't know, a step slow or something. He just doesn't have it all together.
And also it's interesting that he's choosing to finish off that point like that too early instead of actually maybe moving Andy around the court, making it physical for Andy.
Gee, Andy was leaving that forehand corner open there. He seemed to be hanging more to his
14,
backhand wing.
30.
Like covering the one down the middle a little more. Gee, that's a big area to serve wide into.
Game Berrettini. Murray leads 4 games to 2.
He may not have his A game out here at the moment, Berrettini, but he is certainly competing nice and hard, and he's given himself another shot here, especially with the balls at their oldest and potentially slowest here, to try and figure out a way to get a break. Murray, who's been directing an awful lot of traffic out wide on the ad side and on the juice side as well with his first serve. Does have a knack at these moments of changing things up, but will he stick with something that's been working nicely? Amazing slice again, because Murray got exactly the return he was looking for off that forehand, and this is not a bad ball at all, but look at that.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets. You know, logic always says that the higher percentage ball is to chip that across court. You've got a better chance of making it. That's fraught with danger, chipping it over that high part of the net from outside of the tramline. You have to be perfect there, and he was.
Is
there such a saying as luck of the Scottish?
No, I don't know. I don't believe there is.
No. Okay.
be careful he doesn't keep serving there too often. It's only going in at 176 Ks as well.
30.
Some tricky terrain to travel through here for Murray to get himself to 5-2 in this opening set.
Well,
15,
the court was
40.
open. It was right there for the asking, wasn't it? The forehand down the line, but the direction of it wasn't perfect, and certainly the height was no good. So he's in trouble here now.
There's one specific shot you feel as though his hasn't been as good in his career as these other great rivals. It's been the forehand down the line, in particular.
This is the brand of tennis that you like watching Andy plays, and he's got an aggressive mindset on the court since the first point, and this is, for mine, is his best brand of tennis when he's got this mentality.
Deuce.
Well, it's not his biggest weapon, really, the serve, but the first serve can be. The second one's always probably had a small cloud hanging over it, hasn't it? But he finds it when he needs it, Murray. Is that his favourite serve, the one wide to the second court, or the one wide to the first court?
Oh, he likes that serve out wide. One of the serves that he lost, obviously, with the hip problem. He couldn't get up and reach up, so he ended up hitting so many slice serves on the ad side.
Well, that completely handcuffs your effectiveness, doesn't it? That's the case.
Advantage, Murray.
Doesn't always serve his way out of trouble, but it's happening here.
You go back and look at his Wimbledon service motion in 2021, and then how he was serving in Cincinnati after spending a lot of time on the court. It's a completely different way. He went back to what his old motion was, but because of the hip, he was kind of leaning forward into the court, trying to take a lot of the weight off it. Skill.
New balls, please.
Like an arrow to its mark. 5-2, Murray opening set.
Murray leads 5-2.
Well, he fed in the short ball. Berrettini took the bait, and Murray picked him off, but it needed to be exquisite, and it certainly was.
Berrettini probably hits as good an approach here as he possibly could, really. I mean, he decided to go down the line with it, and it gives Murray the running forehand, but you know, you don't hold that against Berrettini for attempting it, do you? Look at the accuracy of both of those shots, the approach, and to Berrettini's credit, he made Murray hit an exceptional pass. That's all you can really do from there.
Time.
Said it was going to be a tricky game, so it proved to be. A little bit of good fortune to get the opening point the second point of that last game, but an absolute reminder of just how great Andy Murray has been throughout the course of his career. What a wondrous shot that was, the final pass of the game. And an opportunity here. He's not far away from grabbing this opening set. Just having a look at Andy, he often changes his racket at the end of a set rather than at the ball change. I'm just having a look at it there. I think he did change his racket just then. One of the things that he had to make an adjustment with when he did try and make his change to the bigger headed racket was that he needed a change with the ball change, because he lost too much tension because of the space between the strings and the slightly bigger head.
Take a seat.
So that reduced tension faster than a closer string pattern.
Yeah.
$15 love.
It was the same number of mains and crosses, but the racket head was bigger, so therefore obviously there was just more space.
I'm going to call you the string doctor.
Well, that's the only thing you'll ever want to come for advice from me. Certainly nothing else.
Beautiful touch for a big man.
30 long.
I saw a touch like that when I played with Roger in doubles.
Was that you or
no?
me?
That was you. I was just I was a passenger that week.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Roger Federer. Talking about Roger Rashid.
I can see the shock on your face.
We all have our time in the sun, Fitzy, and some of us longer than others, but we do get in the sun at some point.
Good comeback. Just looks like he's rolling his arm over, doesn't it? 210 Ks there with what appears to be very little effort.
Yeah, that's why sometimes you actually want to be careful with your pace on your second serve as well.
15.
175 second serve. Murray using that pace. Once again, saw the slice was coming. The one hand was off the racket and just got himself in the backhand corner waiting for it. I feel like Berrettini needs to use his slice down the line a little more often to get Murray in the middle of the court so he doesn't have that happening to him too often.
Out. Game Berrettini. Murray leads 5 games to 3.
Well, Murray's quest in this match was going to be fairly obvious. Try and grab this opening set, try and put some pressure on the 13th seed. Last year's semi-finalist, and he's managed to achieve that all the way through these opening 40 minutes. Can he close it out here? That was a sweet shot. Once again, beautiful direction from Murray, but he had the velocity on the shot as well to trouble Berrettini. Didn't just guide it in there, he crushed it.
Well, a big miss. He hasn't really found his range with that
30 love.
That forehand side, which is, of course, his huge weapon. Hasn't quite found his range yet. It'll come.
Love.
Perfect strategy, and he has executed it exactly how he would have wanted to.
Game
The perfectionist is perfect. Murray takes the opener, 6 games to 3.
6 game to 3.
Well, that's food for thought for Matteo Berrettini out there right now. He may have been a little slow out of the blocks, but Andy Murray playing some incredible tennis, high-level tennis, more winners than unforced errors. Good first serve percentage in there from Murray. And it wasn't as though Matteo played that badly by the end as well, with 10 winners to 12 unforced errors. We've seen a lot worse stats than that, Fitzy.
He just seemed a little sluggish to me, though, Berrettini. I mean, it's just a perception thing.
No signs of life at the end. You feel like he was still a little sluggish the whole way through the set?
Well, he missed some forehands there at the end that let Andy off early in the last game that he served for the set, and just that takes the pressure off. I think we'll see, you know, some more adrenaline here. And Berrettini, we know, can play over 5 sets. So his best tennis we haven't seen yet, and expect to see it now early in the second, I would say. But Andy was good. He was solid. Did all he needed to do.
Yeah, and Roger, you've been happy with how Andy's played. What about Matteo? If you were sitting in the box, you've been there in the corner, what would you say?
Well, I don't think you can actually panic at this stage. I think you're waiting for, as Fitzy said, Matteo to play probably a bigger brand of tennis. He's not quite trusting himself off the back of the court, and that's quite peculiar as well, that he's not prepared to lock in and go toe-to-toe with Andy at the back of the court and extend the rallies.
What an amazing day the first day was here at Melbourne Park, the Australian Open. What a growth this place has seen, and the tournament itself. 77,000 fans flocked into Melbourne Park yesterday to watch some wonderful tennis. And it looks as though potentially we're going to have a record-breaking year. It's been a long slog for a lot of the tournament organisers over the last couple of years through no fault of their own. But we're back and bigger than ever. And a bonanza of tennis, and everybody happy to be back in the stands watching this. Murray still with dreams, perhaps, of winning an Australian Open title for the very first time in his career. 5 times, it's been a match away.
Second set. Berrettini to serve.
Couldn't have asked more of himself right here.
Love. all.
Santa Padre, who's been alongside Matteo for the entirety of their journey since his father walked in with his brother and himself, wanting to play this game.
15-30.
Gee, I like the mood that Andy's in at the moment. As I said earlier, this offensive mentality, I think it's his best tennis. The question mark will be whether he can continue to trust this version of himself.
Dangerous here now for Matteo, of course, is what I mean.
40.
And after what I thought was a little bit of a flat first set, gee, you wouldn't want Andy to get his nose in front here with a break.
Oh, that is absolutely miraculous. He was the only person within this stadium that saw that shot, and he's probably the only person that could have produced it.
First game.
What a way to break serve at the start of the second set for Murray. And for Matteo, it is problems galore at the moment. As you can see here, he's having to hit more backhands than forehands. That is not something that Matteo wants to be doing when he's out here on the court. And you can see, particularly on the right-hand side of your picture there, just how wide he's been having to hit forehands from that particular corner as Murray comes up with the shot of the tournament.
You talked about his matchup with Djokovic too, Berrettini, and how Djokovic can get that ball to his backhand wing more. Murray's a bit the same. He's got the ability with his backhand to be so accurate, and he's making the Italian play his weaker side more often than not. So, geez, on a roll. Probably a bit too early in the match for Berrettini to dive on a cement court, but that might have been the only way he could have made that volley. Not quite that desperate yet, but there's some trouble brewing here for him.
50% swing already for the win predictor.
15.
And that's based on a lot of data, but on the eye test, you can understand it as well.
Well, I always want to say the luck of the Irish, but if he keeps hitting these dead let cord winners, it is going to be the luck of the Scottish here, Mark. It's going his way a bit. He's on a roll, Andy, and things are falling in place for him here.
For the first time, an Aussie's taught us Brits a new phrase or something, wouldn't it?
Well, certainly in the Queen's English.
He looks fresh, he looks fast, and he looks, more importantly, fired up.
And right now, he'd be enjoying this, wouldn't he?
15.
I'm not sure Matteo knows how to play against him at the moment.
Yeah, well, his weapons are just not really sort of bearing fruit like they normally do. Just the 3 forehand winners from Berrettini right now, and just the 3 aces in the match so far. Those are low numbers for him. Again, it alludes to the fact that perhaps he's not feeling the ball as well as he would like.
$30.
If you're Berrettini here, you have to think that a break of serve will swing momentum back in your favour. So he's got to be desperate here. A big chance at 30 all.
Just the third serve that didn't go out wide on the deuce side for Andy in this match so far. And that's versus 12 out wide to the forehand for Berrettini. It's been a plan devised off court, executed on it.
Murray. Murray leads 2 games to love.
Problem mounting here for Matteo Berrettini. Look at this as well. He doesn't do a great job of getting that break back. Alcaraz led the tour last year. Murray doing a very nice job of breaking back when he's dropped his serve. Shows good mental stamina, but also a skill level as well that, you know, again, perhaps Berrettini, for as great as he is, just doesn't have in that department.
Love.
Currently out-acing the Italian as well.
Love.
Oh, clever. Gee, it missed, but it was nearly perfect. Gee, I thought he'd made that off the racket. And look at the wry smile. He knew that would have been something special.
40 love.
Start seeing points like that from Andy, and you feel as though there's a masterclass loading here, don't you?
You do. He looks confident. Off the racket, I think he thought he might have made that.
Interesting stance he's taken here.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, Sir Andy. He's starting to experiment a little bit here. That was the slice he hit in that game. The confidence
15.
has really built quickly, I think. Seriously good smash. Not an easy ball.
Well, maybe he's finding something there, Berrettini. That's a couple of aces to add to his tally, but it's Murray that's grabbed a couple of games out of the 3 they've played so far in the second. 2-1. That's one thing that Berrettini can do, is try and look after his serve. You can see the rackets that he's getting back here. Clearly a bit of an issue with attention. This is what we've been discussing a little bit about, obviously the tactics that Andy's been using. Look at how many serves out wide on both sides there's been, Fitzy. Definite pattern there to get Berrettini off the court and try and create space to get him on the run, or go back in behind his backhand, perhaps on the ad side where it is 91%.
Yes, very apparent, isn't it?
Real clarity about Murray's performance so far. One of the favourite spots to get out there and have your photo taken, and well, they are most welcome today, aren't they? The sprinklers, the water system that they've got around here, the water that you can go and fill up your water bottles. As play suspended at the moment because of the heat, we've got the roof shut, but we have got another full house here at Melbourne Park. And the Italians have had a lot to shout about in recent times. Some good times, of course. Massetti going out yesterday to Lloyd Harris. Not a shock to too many people, because Massetti was injured at United Cup. But Yannick Sinner with Berrettini, things been good. 3 semi-finals already for Berrettini in the course of his career. Nicola Pietrangeli, of course, had 5 of those. Adriano Panatta also made 3 semi-finals. Already one of the best Italian males. First player from Italy to make all the quarterfinals at all 4 Grand Slams as well.
15 love.
But right now, not looking in Murray's league.
Well, I think maybe part of the decision-making process there for Murray was that he saw Berrettini, after hitting the return, start backing up. So he may have changed his mind there at the last split second to go for that drop shot. Hey, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves too much, Mark, obviously, but if Murray was to win this match, that would be a very sobering loss, I think, for Berrettini. Oh, we know, and that's Ivan Lendl's effusive look there, by the way. Not a man that shows too much energy or too much excitement. He maintains a very subtle persona around the court. What a player he was. Great to have him back. But Berrettini's, you know, he'd be thinking here, you know, I know it's Andy Murray. I know he's one of the greats, but he's ranked 46 in the world now. I'm one of the players that is vying to try and be a Grand Slam winner.
Murray.
I'm the seeded player. But gee, Sir Andy's come to compete, hasn't he?
Murray leads 3 games
well, he's
to
just
1.
not letting him settle as well. When you look at the way that he's serving, and we're showing you the pace, just not allowing him to settle on the court to be able to build points in the way that he wants. And you know, I think Andy has the skills. He's always been a leather man of a player with the tools that he has at his disposal, that he's able to make you look as though you're not playing well because of the way that he plays.
I haven't worked out. I don't know if he's got a game plan, though, Berrettini here. What do you think? I'm wondering what Roger thinks on that.
Well, I think he does, Fitzy, but as Mark was saying, Andy's not allowing him to settle into that style of play that he generally likes. That's why
which is serve forehand generally.
yeah, and dictate from that side of the court. That was better, something different. But if you've got an offensive mind up the other end, you can execute at the level that Andy's doing at the moment. It keeps Berrettini off that, you know, in his home place, and he's not pushing back at the moment, so he just needs to push back a little. Stick his chest out a bit. Your chest, Fitzy, or you, Mark?
It was quite unnecessary, wasn't it, that last little?
I'm just going to give him a small win. It's good for the confidence. It's good for the self-esteem. We've still got 12 days to go. I don't want the guy.
Don't encourage Roger, mate. Clean the line. That's the way he likes to play. We all know that. Haven't seen enough of it today.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't had enough time on the ball. I think, again, that's where Andy's done a good job, is not giving the time on the ball. But, I mean, this is the place he can go to, and that is just start ripping forehands like that. He has definitely got more pace on that side if he wants to try and use it. And he keeps himself in contention, although he trails by the break in this second set already, Berrettini. Murray, 3-2.
Murray leads 3 games to 2.
Pretty relaxed look on court, Berrettini, as he tries to solve some of the problems that he's facing. There are many out here, a multitude of problems that he is going to have to try and figure out if he is going to try and push through this first round encounter.
Play time.
First ever British world #1, of course, Sandy, at the age of 29. Second oldest player to debut as a world #1 as well, behind John Newcombe, who did it at the age of 30 back in 1974. Not something that happens very often. Perseverance paying off for the former world #1. Only player out there with at least 7 victories over Rafa, Roger and Novak, of course. It has been a staggeringly successful career.
Love 15.
Oh, there's his weapon. Okay, building something here, Berrettini. Well, he said he could always go to it. Just increase the speed he hits the forehand with if other things weren't working. Oh, that's imposing.
Oh, he hesitated, but he got away with it.
But how good was it at the end, though, Pet? Because initially, I think you're right. He thought about a half volley, and then he committed to that volley, and then he was able to get it, still feel it in a place that made Berrettini have to come up with a good pass.
Squeezed the gap, didn't he, for the favourite shot for Berrettini, the down-the-line backhand pass. If he was going to lose it, he was going to make Berrettini hit his least favourite shot.
Frustration's building, isn't it? Having to generate all of his own pace on that one because of the touch and the deftness of that deep slice from Murray. Just took the pace off the ball, made it tough to be aggressive against. He's invested now.
40-30.
And you know him well, Mark, I know. And I can tell by your body language here in the box that this is going to get exciting for Murray here. You feel it coming. Well, on that occasion, Berrettini was so desperate to get to the forehand, he wasn't even quite in position. He was just a fraction late and still felt like there was pressure enough for him to pull the trigger. So he's in some trouble here tactically. I'm not sure he's going to have to use the forehand more, it seems like. But Murray's growing in belief here, isn't he?
He's had a couple of scrambles to safety in the opening set, and now here in that game at love 30, and he's accomplished it. Berrettini just not able to assert himself in the manner that you would expect.
love.
The best win for Andy at a major as well, if he were to come through, since he beat Cain at Roland Garros back in 2017 ranking-wise.
Love. Love.
Not much difference in first serve pace in this second set yet for Berrettini. He hasn't found a different gear. Murray still very much in charge, 4-3.
Murray is 4 games to 3.
And Roger, what we're seeing out here as well is just a great player with a lot of flexibility in his game, isn't it? I mean, that is the big difference between Berrettini's career at the moment and Andy's.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, and yeah, he's got ability to use all the court, all the shots from any area of the court, Andy, and he's got a big imagination, hasn't he, Petch? You've been on court with him. We all know him well. We've seen he's got a mind that's very visual about the tennis court, and Berrettini, he's got a game that he needs to apply, and if that doesn't come off, we're seeing now he's struggling to find another way to manufacture some outcomes.
Interesting to see if he can keep with the serving patterns, or whether Berrettini can just start to kind of find something on the return later on in this second set. Purposely walking out here at 4-3 in the second set, looking confident, looking as though this set is also going to go the same way as the opener. He's got the new balls.
Long. Left for service.
Even then, it just looks a little out of sorts to me, Berrettini. Like he was forced to go for a big forehand again, and it was almost halfway down the net. He just doesn't look on the money today for me.
92% of his first serve points won in this second set for Andy as well. And when we showed you the graph of the predictability of his serve as well, it just goes to show just how ineffective that Berrettini has been. I'm sure he must be feeling those patterns, just cannot do anything about it.
And I guess also what it's showing is at times it's fine to be very predictable, isn't it?
Yep.
It's not about always having movement and changes of direction.
Out. 40-15. Fault. 40-30.
this is somewhat surprising. Barely missed a backhand volley at 40 love, and all of a sudden, pressure developing here.
What a competitor.
Advantage, Murray.
Knows how big this point was. I mean, contributed to putting himself under a little bit of pressure and knew how big that point was to get ahead and win this game, consolidate the break again. He's edging closer towards his second set.
Fabulous defence from Murray. It looks like a bad miss from Berrettini, but what a squash shot from Murray on the forehand to keep the ball low and bring the net into play.
But it was a bad forehand miss too.
5 games to 3.
I mean, that missed by 3 meters. Gee, it's increasingly looking like Andy's day here.
Left for service. $15 love. $30 love.
Clever return.
30-15.
Murray with no backswing at all. He just opened the face of the racket, gave it that ball the full face actually, and just bunted that ball back. It was sharp. All hand-eye coordination there. He's pushing to break. He wants to finish the set here, Murray.
30-all.
Second fastest serve of the match as well for Berrettini, and it came back to an excellent length as well.
How well is he bunting that? So this is where you have to mix it up if you're Berrettini. Surely, if you're allowing Murray to hit the ball high over the net to get the depth, you've got to serve and volley a little bit. You've got to mix it up. You've got to take that option away from Murray, but he's just playing the same points over and over here. Set point.
And second set.
It's all Andy Murray out there on the Rod Laver Arena at the moment. 2 sets to love. He leads last year's semi-finalist.
6-3. Murray leads 2 sets to love.
Well, he couldn't have wished for a better end, could he, to that second set as well. A little bit of pressure midway through it on his serve, but apart from that, it was all Andy Murray, and well, winners more than unforced errors, which is not easy to achieve against somebody like Berrettini with the threat that's posed down the other end. Every single breakpoint opportunity taken so far in the match as Berrettini takes his leave of the Rod Laver court, and not will just change his clothes, but perhaps Roger Rashid a change of attitude for him as well.
Yeah, I think so, Mark. There's no doubt about that. There needs to be a major shift moving forward, doesn't there? Because just that last service game, the fact that he missed the forehand to give us that point, then missed that drop shot by so much, really. For someone with his skill set, yep, he's going to have to spend some time asking some pretty deep questions, I think.
Roger, to me, it almost looks like he's underdone somehow. I'm not sure how much or how good his preparation's been for this Open, but he looks like a player to me that either hasn't had enough matches, or he, you know, his practice sessions haven't been intense enough, or something. Because have a look at this, some of these shots he hits. That last one you mentioned, the drop shot, was a shocker. I mean, it was almost like someone who's just not on the edge. The adrenaline's not flowing. He just seems flat to me. Murray's committed. He wants this badly, and that's the place you have to be in if you're going to win these matches.
Yeah, look, I agree. I think Andy worked himself up for this match. He's wanted a big occasion. I'm not sure when the last time Andy, outside of Wimbledon, had played on the major court, the #1 court of the major, for a while now. So it's a big occasion. It was built up. People were talking about this as one of the matches of the tournament in the first round, and so his adrenaline's on a different level, I think, Mark.
Yeah, and to me, it's like Berrettini's been underwhelming, and Andy has come to play. Now, I love Berrettini's game. I want him to win a major. I'm a fan, but he's been underwhelming to me today.
And I don't think I've seen Andy play this well for a while either, by the way. The ball, you know, when you're courtside and you're seeing the ball come off his racket, those lunging returns down the middle of the court where he's been able to get that backhand chip back, and it's been coming back with some purpose, and then off the back of the court, his movement patterns to the ball and the way he's accelerated on it, and his directional hitting, and been able to get the ball to the backhand of Berrettini over and over again, and he's stayed the course, Andy, and that's what I've been most impressed with, because as we know, he's a smart tennis player. He understands what he needs to do, but it's not always that easy in his mind, the offense style of play throughout the course of his career.
Yeah, and I think today in some ways Roger's been a little easier for him, because it's not been just all out front foot attack where, you know, it feels like he needs to go nuclear.
At time.
Nothing too sweet for Matteo at the moment. Murray one set away from the best win at Grand Slams since 2017.
At third set. Murray to serve. $15 love. $15.
Big time return, and the absence of alternatives really for Berrettini are very apparent right now. Again, he locks him up in the forehand corner. And so much of that also leads into the fact that Murray still backs his movement despite all the problems that he's had with his hip, that he's willing to trade with Berrettini from that side.
$40-15.
Always huge logic in serving to the Berrettini backhand because it just doesn't simply have enough pace to ever beat you on the return and put you under a huge amount of pressure. Doesn't whip it cross court, so you can always just leave that bit and just stand in the middle of the court.
With this,
you don't have to cover all the court. On this side, as we've seen, the forehand from Berrettini with all the spin on the return drops mid-court, which allows you to get to work straight away.
left for service.
Trying to find better depth on that, but he has lost that long. And Murray continues to stroll here in Melbourne Park.
First game, third set.
One other thing that's been very interesting, because I know Andy doesn't particularly like to do this, I think, as we just have a little look at his face in the programme for his 50th win here in the Australian, is his move back on second serve returns. He's a guy that's always liked to play inside the baseline when returning the second serve. He found the footwork pattern very difficult from doing it back deep because he feels as though it's almost like a ground stroke. You can see here he's actually a lot deeper even today on the deuce side than he would normally be. He'd normally be at the 1 meter mark. He's actually 3 meters back on the ad side consistently on the second serve of Berrettini. That is a tactic that he doesn't use very often at all, because I know he doesn't really like it, but he's decided to use it. And he clearly would have invested a fair bit of time in getting comfortable using that before playing Berrettini today. If you don't hit it well when you're inside the baseline, then you are obviously backpedaling very quickly for your second shot when you're returning. And with a guy like Berrettini with his forehand, if you don't find the backhand side from well inside the baseline, you're going to be under an awful lot of pressure. It's been a good tactical switch from Andy, and he's executed it again superbly.
Fifteen-all. $30-15.
Well, I think the good news is here that not too much energy has been expended from Berrettini, and he's got to start again and think about winning in 3 straight sets here. And I think his body language so far here in this 3rd set has been good. So he's remaining positive at least, isn't he?
I don't expect to see him drop his head. He's a great competitor, Berrettini. Plug away.
Berrettini.
And a better start to this 3rd set than he's had in the previous couple. Quickest serve of the match for Berrettini, that last one.
$15.
He's a smart tennis player, isn't he, Andy? Of course he is. It's tough to become this good for so long if you're not.
One thing to see the way to play, and it's another thing to have the repertoire of shots to be able to do exactly what he just did on that previous point.
Some good stuff from the big Italian. He's trying to make his presence felt now.
30-all.
You'll get the odd outburst from Berrettini, but he keeps his emotions pretty close to his chest. But he will knuckle down. He doesn't mind the hard work, the hard yards. Murray needs to be careful here.
think in two minds. It was an awkward return, wasn't it? So he had to make a choice, and there was danger
40.
associated with letting the ball bounce and taking it in the air. This has come from nowhere.
Gone out wide both times on break point. Will he go there again? Berrettini with a huge opportunity. And again, just tactically keeping Berrettini guessing and not just moving the ball around, but making it as well.
Mark, Berrettini pointed to his box there, and I feel sure that it's a frustration in the moment, and he's saying, there you go, he went down the middle, you told me wide. But wide is his favourite. He wants it badly, doesn't he?
Advantage, Murray.
That wasn't easy. You could almost get inside his mind there and think, uh-oh, here comes a tough one. It was almost like he was grimacing before he hit that smash. Pulled it off.
Well, that is a rare return from Berrettini.
Use.
The depth on that just surprising Murray for the first time really today. He just can't get himself neutral off that return, can he, Berrettini? Look how short it was again.
Advantage, Murray.
That's a good sign from the Italian. We know the second serve is not Andy's biggest forte. And this is important to shake up the situation a little bit at times. That's his favourite shot. Get out there and hit it. Good stuff.
Signs of life from Berrettini, but just can't find the right shot at the right time.
Murray.
That was a poor miss from there. It was sitting up for him to hit, but his body position is still not very positive. He's not actually getting through that ball. That was a ball where he just stayed straight up and down.
Murray winning all of the big points today, as you can see, those pressure points. The 30 all points, the juice points, the break points. And the game points.
Murray.
And that is another game to add to the tally. Murray 2 sets to love up and 2-1 in the third.
Murray leads 2-1.
Those pressure points that you just saw in the gig stats insights, of course, so much of that is about knowing what you want to do in those big moments, knowing how you want to play, finding your opponent's Achilles heel, making them super aware of what their Achilles heel is. And that is something that he has done superbly for over an hour and 3/4 right now.
Time.
If he is to turn this around, it's going to be a triumph of optimism over experience right now for Berrettini, because so far he has been unable to really make any definitive inroads into the Murray game or find a pattern of play that really is upsetting Murray's rhythm out here. Much for the Italian to do.
Own medicine there. Murray returning the favour to Berrettini, the slice down the line that Berrettini's used a couple of times. Just saying, I can do it too, buddy. Beautiful feel there.
Fifteen-all. Thirteen, 15.
Best option for Berrettini is to take the racket right clean out of Murray's hands with these big serves. Again, you see Murray. Force of habit was walking up to the baseline, just had to remind himself that this is where he's returning from today off the second serve of Berrettini.
Thirty-all. 13-15.
Best option for Berrettini is to take the racket right clean out of Murray's hands with these big serves. Again, you see Murray. Force of habit was walking up to the baseline, just had to remind himself that this is where he's returning from today off the second serve of Berrettini.
I'd like to see a replay of that.
Catches when you matches.
Good hands, young man.
Berrettini randomly catching fire all of a sudden.
40-30.
See how important it is to try and find his backhand off the return. Huge forehands, blistering forehands from Berrettini. He's just put him in no man's land there, hasn't he? I mean, it looks like a bad miss. I mean, I'm not saying it's a ball he should miss, but he's not sure what he's got to do with it. He's got no pace to work with. There was an argument to go in and just try and knife it and get in. And he's just giving him a lot of different balls and lots of different choices to make in a very quick time span. Return. It just takes away a little bit of time for Berrettini on that due side. He cuts the angles down. By moving up to the baseline, he takes away the quick serve out wide from the second as well. He can cut the angle off there, and then he can guide it into the backhand of the Italian. He's earned the right for this break point, Murray. Superb play.
Use.
A lot of tension down here at the moment. You can see Berrettini's making a big push here, isn't he?
He's got to stay with him.
And the ball gets back fast. Berrettini's having loads of trouble, isn't he, on both sides?
And there's not too many players in the world that can stand up on the baseline, abbreviate their swing and pick off the serve like Andy.
Well, it was 179 Ks, Rog. It's not slow. It takes good skills, doesn't it? That would have given Berrettini all sorts of trouble. His heart would have been in his mouth. Lendl's not convinced. Although I'm not sure his eyesight would be quite as good as it used to be.
Take a deep breath after that one, Berrettini. An escape route in this particular game is opening up.
After he misses that ball, he said, "Oh, make that." So you can see what Andy's expectations are right now on the tennis court. He feels like every shot's makeable.
It's always been like that. Put his racket on the ball, he expects to make the shot.
Deuce. Advantage, Berrettini.
He's literally fighting for his life here, in a sense of this match. It's a must-win, this game, for Berrettini.
And Berrettini.
Good commitment.
And still trying something new there with the serve and volley as well. You talked about it earlier, trying to take away that block return for Andy. And the longer he's out here, more solutions will present themselves. Maybe a better sense of feeling the ball as well for Berrettini as we head towards the 2-hour mark as well. Who knows?
It's long, but the tennis is getting better. Starting to lift, isn't it? What a point.
Love 15.
And those are the kind of rallies that suddenly go Berrettini's way, that maybe just infuse him with that sense that this is still possible to turn around.
Fifteen-all. $30, 15.
Corner looks flat as well, doesn't it? Doesn't look as though they've got too many solutions or too many words of advice right now for Berrettini to pull him out of the fog that he's clearly still feeling.
Only takes one member of the public, doesn't it? Deliberately making a noise there at the wrong time.
I think it was a child, Fitzy, to be honest. Yeah, to be honest.
Fitzy's kids never misbehave. No, exactly. He doesn't understand.
He take their mouths.
Oh, stop it. And Andy's not happy though.
Yeah, Andy's going to have to whip a second serve down the tee on the ad side to stop Berrettini from doing this. That is almost a 100-mile-an-hour return from there. I mean, it is an unbelievable shot. And we shouldn't underestimate just how good that was from Berrettini.
Please don't disturb during the service motion. Thank you.
Oh, he's got him. He's made a habit of that shot as Berrettini. It is a beauty. It takes a lot of control to keep that shot under wraps, and a good approach from Murray.
40.
But he gets burnt. And is this a slight change in momentum?
Well, it's only a change. Italian looks inspired for the first time today. 3-2.
Berrettini leads 3 games to 2.
And he had handled the pressure points so well up till that particular stage. Murray got distracted, obviously, with that first serve miss, with the call out from the child there, and it is Berrettini who's taken full advantage of it. Now look back to the city, look back to the skies as well. Still a very, very hot day here in Melbourne. And they will be thankful for the roof closed if this continues to go. 4, possibly 5 sets still on the cards here now. It doesn't take much, does it, in this game? Vince's been around it long enough to know it can be just one solitary point that changes the whole complexion of the match. The mindset that will be inside Berrettini's right now will just be so much different to any other sit-down that he's had in this match so far.
Well, it's a sport of ebbs and flows, peaks and valleys. It's very difficult to maintain for one player the high level constantly for 3 straight sets. And if you're playing against a world-class opponent,
shift there, or he can stay locked in and push back immediately.
Still
only ever lost once from 2 sets to love up in his career, and that, of course, was when he came onto centre court and centre stage in British consciousness, but also globally as well, when he lost to Nalbandian at Wimbledon as a wild card. He has won the other 158 times that he's been in this position.
It's funny how your mind works, though. You know, if he'd maintained that lead, held his serve, his mindset would be a little different than what it is right at this moment. I think there's some more negativity creeping in. If he was ahead, the possibility of winning in 3 straight and getting off, getting into the showers, much more possible.
Berrettini. Berrettini leads 4 games to 2.
Nice quick hold for Berrettini. The longer this goes on, the more concern there will be for Andy perhaps, and people that have watched him over the last sort of 6 months with some of the issues that he's had with cramping that have seemed to beset him. Making sure that he is taking on fluid at that end.
love. 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 New balls, please.
Successive quick games by both the players, but it's Berrettini with the valuable break here in the third. 4-3.
Berrettini leads 4 games to 3.
Transformation for Melbourne Park has been well documented, and it's been well received by all the fans and everybody that comes here, players alike, officials. And it continues to impress and it continues to improve. They have been a leader in the sport in so many ways. Innovation has been the key word, not just in the infrastructure, but also some of the competitions that Tennis Australia have been involved with, such as Laver Cup, ATP Cup, United Cup. Can Berrettini keep posing questions and problems for Andy Murray?
Let for service.
Well, that tactic continues to
Lock
work.
15.
The quick ball back into or towards the baseline for Berrettini is a difficult one to handle. He doesn't react well to that. Certainly not today. Off both sides. Quick into his backhand or his forehand. That comes when Andy stands up, but he's doing it on the first court rather than the second. Lost his timing at that point, Andy. You don't see that too often.
15 all.
Fault. Out.
15-30.
Well, only
30-all.
the premier forehand can do this. Deep, slow, with no pace. He has to generate all of his own, and he knocks it off. That's world class.
It's not just the speed of Berrettini's serve that always catches your eye, it's the accuracy, and at times he has had some of the best accuracy out on tour in terms of how close to the lines, like that last one he can serve. Just starting to locate it a little bit better.
Again, Berrettini.
And there's another one to add to the growing collection. And the mood shifts within the Rod Laver Arena as well.
Berrettini leads 5-3.
And this is another difference here. We always look at, throughout the course of a best-of-5 match, there's always going to be differences. Look at this. Huge, huge upside for Berrettini on his forehand here. He's found 13 Ks on average in this third set compared to the opening set here.
long. long.
With a serve like Berrettini's, he may well already have that in the forefront of his mind. The next game.
long. Left for service. Murray.
Lovely hold to love for Murray, and he gives himself a final shot at breaking Berrettini in this third set.
Berrettini leads 5-4.
Another towel, please.
Whereas we've been showing you Murray's kind of predictability with his serve and where he's wanted to go to kind of build his points, Berrettini loves to move his serve around. One of the great assets that he has is trying to move it around in general. doesn't tend to have a favourite serve when it comes to playing break points and things like that, which is what makes him difficult. He is unpredictable. But when you don't have your rhythm, then you perhaps start settling back into a few patterns as well and trying to figure something out. It definitely seems as though he's had a little bit more of an attack into the Murray forehand on the deuce side.
Red time.
It's a long journey though, isn't it? Best of 5 sets.
Yeah, it's important to be micro-ambitious as a tennis player, isn't it? 1 point at a time. It's an easy concept. It's very difficult to do in practice when you've got so many other things you're trying to manage when you're on the court. Your fears, but you try and put them to one side and present courage. Berrettini's been brave. Can he be successful as well as he tries to grab this third set? Indicative of how this set has gone. He has just been one shot better at the right time so far, Berrettini.
15 love.
And a desperate volley. The situation needed it. Wonderful attempt at a pass, and Berrettini lunges.
Terrific court craft from Murray.
$15
Predominantly gone out wide on the deuce side, Berrettini, in this third set. I haven't seen him be this predictable. He's only actually made one serve down the tee in this third set. Started the game going out wide to the forehand of Murray.
Well, it was a volley really should have made, I think.
15.
The slice from the Berrettini squash forehand. This spin that it creates takes the ball down off the racket face. So it spins down. If it's a top spin, a passing shot, the ball will pop up more off the string. So Andy didn't compensate for that. This is a good mental effort, isn't it?
14-15.
Yeah, he's definitely not at his pinnacle of his powers, but he has performed well under pressure in this third set. And he's given himself a chance. Couple of set points.
Third set. Berrettini.
Fastest serve of the match. Berrettini amped up as the crowd are here on the Rod Laver Arena. He's back in it, the Italian.
Murray leads 2 sets to 1.
And that's the first step, Roger Rashid, in a long journey, but a possible journey now with the way that he's playing.
Yeah, that's right, Petch. And I think Fitzy said he's just going to win 3 sets. There's one, and so you feel a lot more comfortable. It was started by the serve, wasn't it? A lot of good numbers. He was able to buy some 3 points, and he was getting a lot more forehands, and looked a lot more comfortable on the court in general, I think, as well. More relaxed with the way he was going about his trade. So interesting now, this opening of this 4th, isn't it, to see how Andy bounces out. I like the fact that he's got the serve, though, to start the set off.
Yeah, I think it's not crucial, but it's definitely going to make him feel a little bit better. He doesn't really need to change too much, does he, Fitzy, Andy?
Look, I don't think so. I think he looked like a couple of times when he had the opportunity at 2-all against Berrettini, said that he protected the score a little bit to me. He didn't flow in that moment, but I don't think he needs to do much different, mate. He's competing well. But I think now he's got to expect Berrettini to be at a slightly better level. He's got a little bit of momentum going.
Time.
You can look at any situation in so many different ways, can't you? And in one way you want to have as many opportunities and many options at your disposal as a tennis player, and other times maybe just being kind of one-dimensional and have one thing that works particularly well. And you have to say that Berrettini is a little bit like that. He's a bit more flexible in the repertoire of the backhand side, but he plays one way, and sticking to his guns and not having too many other avenues to maybe explore makes things at times like that just a little bit easier.
Please. 4th set. Murray to serve.
We showed you the uptick in pace on the forehand, and it's made an appearance on the very first point of the 4th set.
Love 15.
And Petch, this is all about the mentality, because dropped the first 2 sets, but stepped up in that very first game in the 3rd, ran around a second serve return from Andy, and he's been upbeat, and he's created the turnaround through the mind. Good energy.
He stayed home. He saw that pass in the opening set, and he wasn't going to give the avenue up for Murray to explore it again. And this is exciting times for Berrettini.
Love 30.
He just looks like he's woken up, Petch. It took him 2 sets. He was flat. It seemed there was no energy, no adrenaline. Now he's found it.
And he had a little look back at Andy as well after that point, just to see what was going on the other side of the court.
$15, 30.
Oh, that is a let-off. The first one was a little unlucky for Berrettini. But he doesn't use his left hand particularly well on his backhand at times. It bends both elbows on the way through. It's a very sort of stubby backhand. You look at the great backhands that you see, the two-handers and non-dominant hand is doing a lot of the work extending through the shot. Berrettini could hit his backhand in a phone box. That is priceless.
It's gone to another level now. Berrettini pressing here to break.
40-30.
And Murray fending him off.
World-class slice backhand there from Murray. And you can see, if you don't have that shot, how Berrettini makes your life very difficult out there on the tennis court.
Fault.
Well, when we look back in the rearview mirror of this match, that might just be the most important game that Murray has managed to get out of. Berrettini applying pressure.
Fourth set.
Just a little bit of concern there that maybe the cramps that affected him through the summer last year have just started to come back, but hopefully that was more him just taking a moment there to chat to his team before heading back to sit down.
Well, I thought the same thing, Mark. That worried me a little bit.
What a game.
Yeah, this guy's back. Well, he's not back. He's just started.
And he will be a little disappointed that he couldn't capitalize on that love 30 situation there.
And you talk about the cramps, and Andy's consistently now taking the fluids with him on his side of the court, so.
Starting
to find a few more free points. Look at this again. We're just showing you the gradual improvements, and some of them are startling. Unreturned serves for Berrettini in that third set, 61% compared to 37 in the opener.
Yep, his two big weapons have kicked into gear.
Fault.
Did find a lot more pace in that set as well, so it will be interesting to hear what he has to say about what happened in that opening set and why it was as subdued as it was. Well, you see the game plan, don't you? Every time the slice comes, Murray's looking to try and get that forward into play. Often he's gone inside in with this, a little unlucky with the tape.
30 all.
This is a real competitive situation now, though, isn't it? You know, those long matches where you're out there alone, you're with your own thoughts so much of the time. The physical pain probably starting to kick in, especially for Andy, I would suspect. He's a warrior. Well, that was an exceptional forehand. It was one of those situations where Murray had pressed with the return. It was deep.
14-30.
Berrettini's had trouble with that situation often, but his forehand's improving at such a rate that he turned defense into attack straight away.
Fault.
Berrettini.
Turning into an arm wrestle now.
1 game on.
It's the beauty of 5 sets, isn't it? You have a chance if you can just stay in the moment, and like the Italian had, he's done a great job of showing you what it looks like if you're prepared to compete and stay alive and be present. How you can turn things around and give yourself a chance.
Out. 15 love.
Great close. Wasn't that easy in the end, to be honest.
13 love.13, 15.
It's where their forehands differ a little bit, isn't it? Not being able to generate the pace as well, Andy, off the forehand wing as this man. He's got all those other assets. You could see that with the high forehand volley he just knocked off with nonchalance, really. But the slow ball into his forehand sometimes creates a problem. Sorry, Petch, how do you see his body?
14, 15.
Andy, yeah, I mean,
He's in good.
is that his normal gait these days? It is.
He looks fine to me. He looks strong. I was a little concerned when he went over and hung out with Ivan just at the end of the first game of this 4th set, but he looks fine now.
Murray.
Well, they both know what's coming. Serves out wide to the forehand on the due side, but it's unfortunate for Berrettini. He hasn't found that many solutions. 2-1, Murray. feel as though Berrettini wants to just kind of grip and rip a couple of those forehand returns cross-court, because, I mean, he's just basically making the return, and Murray's feeding his next shot straight into the backhand side of Berrettini, and obviously starting the rally off in such a confident way, but it's no fear factor serving in there because he's not getting hurt on the cross-court return at all. So I kind of feel as though maybe Berrettini would be best advised to maybe miss a few more returns, but actually be going for them. He's missing them anyway, and it's not really doing anything. Just encouraging Murray to serve there more and more. Something for everybody here at the Australian Open.
Time.
Berrettini would have been buoyed up at the end of that third set. He'll perhaps just feel as though he's lost a little bit of a significant moment to maybe carry on with that momentum early on here in the fourth set. Hasn't been able to utilize that particular advantage. Murray just taking a little bit of extra time over by the towel. A few words of advice from Ivan filtering down from the stands.
He's coming in more and more, isn't he? And pretty competent with the volleys, isn't he, Berrettini? I mean, some of the more difficult ones, maybe his technique could improve a little bit, but generally speaking, he's a force when he comes in, and he comes in behind that big forehand, which helps. Just looking for an opening here, Murray. Wants to get ahead in this game and let the natural pressures play themselves out here. His graph of improvement is continuing, I think, Berrettini.
30-15.
And you suspect, I think, if he can pull this fourth set out of the fire, he's going to be hard to stop in the fifth.
Service.
Fault.
Sergio.
He's disappointed with himself because he's seen the serve that's gone down the tee. There have been a high frequency of serves out wide from Berrettini on the due side, but Murray had actually picked that one, just couldn't get it back into play.
Well, I think the first returns just started to get a little short from Andy. If the first one is too short, Berrettini will get a forehand, and then Andy's going to be on the defense.
2 games all.
Straight to the forehand, and you're in trouble.
And you can also see a different mood with Berrettini. Now the ratio's more in the favour of forehands to backhand. He's always looking. He's looking to get in as well and finish some play at the net.
He looks like he's back to normal, Rog, doesn't he? This is how he normally looks and feels.
Yeah, it feels like it's more on his terms.
15 love. all.
Fault.
Berrettini's so disappointed with himself there. He just made
15.
no inroads at all. He was not impactful off the return.
Vincenzo's got a better look on his face now, though. It looks like he feels they've got a chance, I think. And Ivan, well, his looks just the same.
Fault.
Smart serve from Andy. Needed to do that. Just needed to keep Berrettini honest on the return.
40-15. (40-30).
Doesn't love playing parallel with that shot with his feet. Likes to hit it open stance. Just got a little tool through the hit there rather than staying low.
Fault.
Does Berrettini look to try and run around this second serve? Just enough on the line. The other second serve just kept Berrettini locked in the middle of the baseline. And Murray gets himself to 3-2 in the fourth.
Murray leads 3 games to 2. Andy.
Mohammed just making sure all the rules are adhered to. Can't just stand there and have a conversation at the change of ends.
Mate, just do you... 12 seconds.
Well, he felt that was an injustice. He didn't feel like he needed to be treated like a naughty schoolboy there. 12 seconds, I think he said.
But did he? That's the question, I guess.
Well, whenever you change something, there's always going to be people that are going to push its parameters. And he felt he was well within his rights to stand there for as long as he was, having a little bit of a drink before sitting down at the change of ends.
Well, he was just having a drink, wasn't he? Mohammed's look on his face was priceless too, I thought.
Interesting first 5 games of this 4-set. You kind of feel as though both players have had some mini opportunities. They've been probing the defences. But the longer it goes on with Murray hanging on to his serve, it makes it harder and harder for Berrettini, who's chasing down 2 sets to 1. He's got to land everything perfectly soon, Berrettini. Slam overall for Matteo Berrettini. By comparison, this is the 15th Australian Open for Andy Murray. Huge golf and experience.
Gee, the speed's pretty good there still for Andy, isn't he? His anticipation has always been good, so he's halfway there, knowing where the opposition's going to hit the volley. Thought Berrettini made that a little difficult for himself there. Decides to come in and has to hit a really low volley because of it. That was difficult.
Love.
Big match for Berrettini too, though. You know, when you consider his highest ranking's been 6th in the world and he's currently at 14. He's got a semi-final coming off here. The way those ATP ranking points work, it's a rotating 12-year period. They'll drop off and he needs to replace a lot of them, if not more.
Fault.
I like that.
Berrettini. New balls, please.
I like that a lot. Bit of variety from the big man.
3 games on.
It just feels like drama is following.
Yeah, he would drop outside the world's top 20 if he were to lose today, probably. And as you say, that would always have some sort of connotations for tournaments down the road where maybe or maybe not he doesn't get seeded, and certainly doesn't get seeded as high as well. So these are big pivotal moments for Matteo Berrettini here. As well as he's played at the US Open in making the semis, Berrettini, and here, of course, last year, yet to win a tour title on a hard court as well, has one on clay and grass. Runner-up in Musetti late last year in Naples. Conversely, Murray with 34 titles on hard courts in his career.
Net first service.
And you can just feel on the court just the tension in the early points of each of their service games. The first couple.
Wonderful point. He's a master with that slice down the line, isn't he? Beautiful feel.
30,
and it takes
15.
Takes good feel to hit this shot. That is not easy. The margins there are very small, but it causes this. Berrettini hits up and Murray takes over. No ordinary player.
Just not got the balance on that forehand time today, Berrettini. And look at him just pull out of the shot, pull up out of the shot. The head doesn't stay still. Some skill and some great defense as well from Murray. Takes him to within 2 games of one of the best victories he's had in 5 years.
Murray leads 4 games to 3.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see how Berrettini can manage these next few moments on serve coming up here. That is the look of a man who is determined. A man who knows how to win majors, something that Berrettini hasn't managed to do yet. And he looks locked in here, Andy Murray.
Time.
Such a glittering resume does Murray that it's kind of amazing to think that he's looking to try and end a 5-match losing streak against top 20 players at Grand Slams, but that's exactly what he's trying to achieve here in the 4th set against Berrettini. The Italian, who's done very nicely over the last few years in terms of going deeper into Grand Slam tournaments, still has a very light resume himself compared to Murray's out here. And will a reputation tax be paid here by Berrettini as he looks to try and hang on to his serve here at a very crucial time in the 4th set?
And the crowd are sensing it, aren't they? These moments get more and more important towards the finish line.
Love.
See how badly he wants the first point, because it sets the tone. And the opposition serving.
There is beauty and there is skill, and then there is both of them combined, and that's exactly what this was. What a beautifully constructed point from Berrettini as well. Seen some deft slices from Murray today, but that was a nice one from the Italian, and he has given that a ride. Nothing that Murray can do about that.
Love.
Just judged that to perfection. Glided it over at the 3-hour mark. And are we sliding towards a 5th set potentially still here?
4 games all.
Well, their meeting at the US Open in the round of 32 went 3 hours and 47 minutes for just 4 sets. She's a little bit ahead of that mark right now. Well, they're both looking at each other, knowing exactly what's going to come. And there is nothing that Berrettini at times can do about it. Again, I feel like that's just too conservative off the return when you pretty much nailed on know it's going to go to your forehand side. Just giving Murray exactly what he wants. Predominantly a forehand return, which he can just massage and coax into your backhand side. And very tough for Berrettini to turn the point around.
The feel of a maestro.
Well, he's hit that so late, he's used his body as disguise, hasn't he? What an outrageous pass. And watch him after the pass, though. He's on his way as well. He's not expecting it to be a winner, just in case the opponent he's there he is.
What an exceptional game this is at 4-all. Controlling the point, being aggressive when it's there. This is a ripper.
Look at that. It makes you get nostalgic, doesn't it, for his Hassian days. Maybe we'll still see that over the next fortnight. 5-4 Murray, fourth set. Couldn't have been better, could it, Rog? That was Murray at his absolute finest.
No, it was Petch, there's no doubt about it, and that's what I've been so impressed with, because there hasn't been the little shift of, oh, I'll get a little defensive, I'll lose my court position. Even when Matteo has come at him now and he's playing they're playing at the same level, still Andy's there, and so he's trusting his movement, he's clear with the way he wants to go about things, and it puts him in a position now where this first point's going to be enormous.
Time.
Murray hoping to engage Berrettini in a conversation of defeat in this next game. He's looking for the finest triumph that he's had at a Grand Slam since 2017.
Fault.
That was a lovely injection of pace from Berrettini. Murray gave him the off-pace back forehand. Not thinking the Italian was going to have enough pace to beat him. He was wrong.
Let for service. 30 love.
Fault. Out.
30-15.
Hadn't made any inroads into Berrettini's previous couple of service games, but he's got a bit of traction here, Murray.
Out. 40-15.
Well, it was a rousing performance by Murray in the previous service game. Berrettini has elevated his form to exactly the same level, and it was needed, and it was excellent.
5 games all.
It sure was, Petch, and it's exactly what I was thinking, that he just sent the balls back and said, I'm here as well at your level. And it's a really intriguing game, because now the crowd, it's going to be interesting to see where they sit. Are they sitting with Andy, where they've got a lot of history, or do they want this to leak into a fifth set with even more drama?
15 love.
And in amongst all the emotional stress that you're feeling, you've still got to think clearly about where to move your serve around. A rare serve down the tee for a Murray on the due side, and it produces his 9th ace.
Left for service.
Fault.
$15 all.
He was waiting for a call that never came.
How well has he served, Mark? It's been an impressive
30-15.
serving performance by Andy, hasn't it?
It's been excellent, and I mean, I just love the way that he's moved it around. I mean, we're just looking at some of the stats up here. He's hardly moved it around on the second point, or sorry, the third or fifth point of the game. I mean, it's been the first point that he's occasionally gone down the tee, but in this game he is keeping Berrettini absolutely guessing.
Out.
40-15.
first time he's taken 3 serves straight down the tee on the outside. And it produces exactly the result he was looking for, a 6-5 lead in the 4th.
Murray is 6-5.
That ability to not just execute the plan, but think about the plan prior to that game there. Didn't even have the luxury of sitting down at a changeover to formulate it. He knew exactly what he wanted to achieve. It was a completely different angle of attack into the Berrettini backhand.
And that's why Andy's been so successful and a major champion, because he's able to think when he's in this frame of mind. He's able to think through a tennis match with calculation, and he can obviously has the skill set to deliver.
Always going to flick through the draws on both the men's and the women's sides to see which of these matches in the opening rounds are going to catch your eye. Didn't take long for this one to pop out at everybody. And Ivan Lendl really getting in the swing of being able to coach out there as well. That is great to see the passion of that great champion. Goodness me, Roger, he got away with that, didn't he?
Oh, he did. That forehand was completely, well, he used all the racket, paid for it all, so he might as well use it all, but then he had the steely mind to just control his thinking and finish off with that overhead. But Mark, how good are these moments in tennis matches? We just find out so much about the individual character, don't we, right here when the tension's at its premium.
Long.
Fault.
Thirty, 15.
Fault.
Wow, he did a great job of peppering the backhand side there of Berrettini. Only allowed one forehand in that rally.
30.
You can't help but be inspired by this man's determination and his courage.
(40-30).
Murray so close and yet potentially so far away from a win he so desperately wants.
Berrettini.
And there is nothing you can do about that. Berrettini controlling his own destiny there. Couple of fabulous serves from the Italian.
And 6-game score. Fourth set tiebreak.
And you feel like, Mark, that the first serve, the player that can land it the most in this tie break's probably going to walk away with this. It's been so dominating.
Thank you.
He has suffered so much heartbreak at this particular tournament. A lot of triumphs, of course, to get through all of those finals, but heartbreak ultimately for somebody who, when he enters a major, has designs on winning it. It would be fitting if this tournament gave him something back here today. What an atmosphere.
1-all.
And you've got to love the all-out attack from Berrettini. And the ball's there now to be hit. There's no question he's going after it.
The serve forehand combination delivering the hurt.
Left for service. Left for service.
Opportunity for everyone to hold their breath again. Well, apparently it was just a sighter. Deadly accurate from Berrettini on the first serve.
2-1 Berrettini.
Fault.
That was an in full flight, wasn't it? Because that was probably one of the bigger backhands. It launched and through his body at that particular shot.
My goodness, that backhand slice must have flirted with the tape or caught some sort of thermal there. Elevated itself up over the net and Murray couldn't respond. Berrettini makes the first move in this fourth set breaker.
3-2 Berrettini.
And it came so slowly in the end that Murray could almost contemplate what tactic to use off it.
Fault.
Reminiscent of the opening set. A very loose forehand from Berrettini, something that we haven't seen for a long time.
Leon.
Yeah, he got the ball he wanted, didn't he, Mark? There's no doubt about that. It was set up for his pet shot, really, that forehand. But, gee, that sailed a long way out. Nerves? Well, they have to be there, don't they?
That can relieve stress. That uncomplicates things. Beautiful delivery from Berrettini.
Fault.
Oh, he's found a gorgeous backhand. And just like the other point that Roger highlighted, a little injection of pace off that wing from Murray. Locks Berrettini up in the backhand side. 24 incredible shots. And what a moment to produce a rally like that. And it wasn't the big blistering forehand that won the day for Berrettini there. It was the defense, it was the hunger, it was the desire. It is all the qualities of a great player. And for a second time in this tiebreaker, he goes up a mini break. He's hit that from a neighbouring city, and yet somehow he has found the target. And from where he was, it had to be a clean winner. He wasn't getting back. But the comeback in the breaker on again from Murray. Twice trailing.
5-all. Boards, please.
These two putting on a show, bringing the magic back to Melbourne.
Berrettini.
Set point, Berrettini.
Down theirs, and well, you don't quite do that. Being so free in the ball striking prior to that shot, and that went halfway up the net.
And it's these moments when you take a look at pressure points won that you realise that numbers more often than not are for accountants. Margins in sport are vanishingly small. In 2019, when he lost to Batista Agut, it looked as though Murray was going to drop the curtain on his illustrious career here in Melbourne, but here he is still fighting for his life.
First service.
And just when you think it couldn't get any more dramatic, that unfolds before your eyes. Can you believe it? Berrettini with a one-handed pass. Murray with the dive volley, agonizingly out.
7-6, Berrettini.
And the difference between elation and desolation. is on a Hawkeye graphic. And Berrettini with a second set point, and it's on his serve.
Yeah, long.
Well, that was unusual, Mark, because Berrettini had a chance to get around these forehanders. Enough flight on that ball. Didn't do it, went for the slice, and that was a poor choice. And look at Andy at his box, screaming at him, come on.
Brilliant defence of the net from Berrettini. He has come up with some electrifying points. Survival instinct just kicking in here for the Italian.
Eight, 7, Berrettini.
And for a third time, we potentially enter into a fifth set if Berrettini can take it.
Give me the ball.
Fault.
Top set, Berrettini.
The 2 sets to lead. Lovely leading hand has vanished. Berrettini takes us to a fifth and deciding set here at Melbourne Park. Incredible, incredible drama. When sport becomes entertainment and they merge together at the same time, there is nothing better. You could hear a pin drop in this sold-out capacity crowd here in the Rod Laver Arena with the roof shut as well. Everybody, and I mean everybody, was just absolutely engrossed in every single shot, let alone point, in that tiebreaker. What a set of tennis, Roger.
Oh, that was incredible. You sat there in awe, really, the points that were being played and the decision-making and with the stress levels at their premium. And both of them had a great argument for coming out on top, Mark, in that tie-break. There's no doubt Andy gave himself every opportunity, and it took an outstanding mind, athlete, and a person who was willing to go for his shots to grab that fourth set and take it into a fifth.
How was the backhand pass, Roger, the one-hander?
Oh, that was incredible. And it's why we watch for these moments, to see what players come up with and see where they sit in the world of tennis. And well, the Italian, he just showed us some great resolve, didn't he?
Unbelievable scenes, unbelievable tennis. And unbelievably, we go to a 5th set as well. Murray with a war wound there as well on his knee after the dive. And it's incredible, isn't it, to think the consequences at times, Roger, of somewhat suboptimal technique on the backhand side for Berrettini, because he has a very right-hand dominant kind of arm through the shot, and it really should be his left. But the fact that it is sort of quite dominant allows him to hit a one-hander when a lot of players wouldn't have been able to come up with that shot.
No, that's right. And not only hit the one-hander, but get it into an awkward position where Andy has to dive for the volley. And that was, you know, at that moment to be able to control it on the move, knowing that that was probably going to be his last shot for that point. Yeah, look, it was extraordinary. There were so many other pivotal shots that were played. Andy had a backhand pass where Berrettini came in, and you thought, I think, you know, he'd make that pass and put it past his opponent. But Berrettini was so good at the net and covered and was looking for the volley. And no, it gave us everything, that tie break.
Everything that's great about this event, this tournament, and also, I will say, what I do miss in tennis is the 16 seeds as well, these blockbuster clashes that we have in the opening round that obviously, subsequent to the 32 seeds being introduced, we have kind of lacked in the opening week as well, and it really does show the value of a match like this in the opening couple of days, because it just whets your appetite. We had a big loss with Kyrgios going out yesterday, and obviously that hurts the tournament, but then you get a match like this and everything starts to sort of feel so real, and you kind of understand what these players, and validation of everything that Andy's put himself through, still physically fitsy. He looks good out there, down there on the court. He's going to be bitterly disappointed. He's got to somehow try and get rid of that disappointment and frustration quickly.
Look, I was down on the court surface, Mark, and, you know, I disappeared for about 10 minutes. I was waiting to interview Andy if he won, and the atmosphere there is quite astonishing. I mean, Roger, I'm a little jealous. He's down there on the side of the court soaking up that atmosphere. It's quite extraordinary, and gee, that was tense, wasn't it? From start to finish, that breaker, two great competitors going head-to-head. This is, for me, what brings out the best in our sport. It's the one-on-one competition over 5 sets. You get drama. We've got it in spades.
Yeah, usually the cities are the hustle and bustle, the heartbeat of a place, aren't they? But not these 2 weeks. You've got to just get yourself down on the banks of the River Yarra, get yourself out to Melbourne Park and get yourself into this particular court. Today, right now, is where it's all happening here in Melbourne, and it is still going to unfold in front of our eyes for another 40 minutes or so. We're going to get past the 4-hour mark. Another long, lengthy encounter. He's played some of the longest matches since he's come back from his resurfacing on the hip, which is a real tribute to his hip surgeon. Maybe not the greatest thing for Andy long term, but he has been going the distance many times, not just in best of 5 matches in terms of time, but in the best of 3 matches as well. He hasn't gone too far away from his DNA that made him the great champion that he was. And he is trying to relive those days as we take a look at the win predictor, which has been certainly under pressure throughout this contest with the fluctuations and undulations that we've had all the way through here.
So let's push these 2 sets aside, the 4 sets aside. Where do you guys sit right now?
It's always easy to come down on the side of the guy that's won the 2 sets, right, with the momentum in it, but yeah, history would tell you that that's not necessarily always going to be the case, because it takes so much out of you to win those 2 sets to get yourself in that position.
I'll never forget Neil Fraser, the great Neil Fraser, telling me during Davis Cup ties, from 2 sets to love, even if you lead and it gets back to 2 sets all, it is not easy to win the 5th if you're the guy coming back 3 sets in a row. You're still in a good position if you've lost the last 2 and it's 2 sets all if you're in Murray's position. But seeing them down there at court level, this is a younger athlete, and I just wonder, that's all. I don't have anything to back it up. I just wonder if he's got the momentum now as a younger athlete, and he still has the power. And he's got the mind, though. We're in for something special.
And as ever, what makes winning possible in this great game makes it dangerous too. Both are going to have to put their fears to one side,
Berrettini
and
to
they
serve.
are going to have to show their courage, as they have been for an enthralling 3 hours and 40 minutes so far.
love.
Fault.
all. Thirty, 15.
As the saying says, continuous improvement beats delayed perfection every single time, and that's been the case for Berrettini since the opening couple of sets as well. He has got better and better. And Murray will be hoping that past trend doesn't reflect the future ahead of him. But this is a strong-looking start for Berrettini, who's had a great record, of course, in 5-set matches throughout the course of his career. He's won 7 and lost just 1. His only defeat coming to Tennis Sangren here in 2020 in the second round.
Fault.
This is the 40th 5th-set match of Murray's career.
Serving first two here makes a difference. I think it does. Some people think not, but for me it always did. And you get your nose in front. He hasn't served first the last 2 sets, Berrettini, and with this big bomb of his, if he gets a sniff out in front, he might be dangerous. It might be hard to stop.
And you talked about that record, 7-1, Petch. It's, you know, the physicality comes into play. Berrettini is strong, as you said. He's younger. You can see the physical exertion that he's putting on the ball. It's there and it's present, and it's got bigger throughout the course of the match, and he's just going to have to hang on and keep things tight on the scoreboard and get into that scenario that we saw in the 4th set where it stays tight.
And his last 5-setter coming against Ashleigh at Australia last year, coming through in 5 sets there, 6-4 in the 5th, 3 hours 52 minutes on the clock for that one. Murray had seen that movie before. And the sequel had exactly the same outcome as the other times that he's tried that particular play. Didn't capitalise on what was another world-class backhand there, Berrettini.
Left for service.
Tell you what, he gets to a lot of shots that you don't think he's going to get to, Berrettini. That heart and desire to just chase down and lunge, it's there in abundance for the Italian.
15 all.
Well, I think there's two reasons for that. His anticipation is good, and he's on the way when he sees someone making the shot. They're halfway through the shot, and he's off. And then he's got the big body that can lunge.
Left second service.
Magnificent. Or is it over the line? He's shaking.
30, 15.
He's shaking his head.
He's made it.
Inside. Geez, tough on himself. He was shaking his head. He threw me.
Well, he remembered the one he missed when he had to dive for the ball.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, exactly.
that's the one he's talking about.
Yeah, good call, Rog. There was some skill in that forehand volley, though. A little bit of Pat Rafter there. The old topspin forehand volley.
40, 15.
And it's just 1 point amongst many that we're going to play in this final set, but it was a significant one, wasn't it? Because this is the moment where Berrettini still has that kind of edge with the momentum, but doesn't last long.
Fault.
Trying to make something happen there.
New board, please.
Berrettini, and he's, as the match has gone on, we've been showing you what he's been doing a little bit better, but obviously there are always little nuances in these sort of matches that when things start shifting around that are very interesting. Murray in the opening couple of sets, look at the depth on his return. You picked up on it, Fitzy, as well. First serve return placement was absolutely excellent. You can see how it's dropped away in sets 3 and 4. Partly has to be said with the combination of the fact that Matteo has served better in sets 3 and 4 as well. He hasn't allowed Murray to return as well, but if he can find that depth again, he can still score a big win here, Murray, in Australia once again. But what is it going to be that decides this match? A luminous bit of skill from one of these two players like it was from Berrettini in the tiebreaker. Or will the Italian be blindsided by Murray's brilliance as he has and was in the opening couple of sets?
Long.
And as the match has worn on, the quality of serving's got better from Berrettini. You can see Murray just shifting a little bit more on the return. He's guessing a little bit more with his footwork, more uncomfortable. Another reason why perhaps he's not returning with the same depth as he was in the opening couple of sets.
Matteo isn't on the back foot as much on his service games now because
30
the serve's
long.
better initially, and he doesn't return as deep and not as effectively. And so Berrettini has more chance to initiate the first big hit in the rally and stay aggressive rather than defend early in the rally. It's making a difference. Harder for Andy to break serve. A little bit of tiredness there, maybe. Hey, he is 35.
He's got a medal hip. You Aussies are too tough.
Oh. He's magnificent, mate. But there was a sign of resignation there, wasn't there, at the end of that point?
Berrettini.
What a match it's been. It's been a battle of wits out here, and neither of these two are unarmed. It is still a wonderfully captivating contest. 2-1, Berrettini, 5th set. He's getting a little more success with the ideal ball, isn't it? The idea ball, where it looks like a good idea and then ends up isn't a good idea, which is what it was in the opening couple of sets. But you're right, maybe if Andy is just a half a step slow, that the drop shot may come out and work for Berrettini. But fair play to him, he has explored all avenues for success in this match, Berrettini.
Well, if I was him, which I'm not, on many levels, I might add, Mark.
You look as good as this in 4K definition, Fitzy.
Gee, okay. I'll pay you later. Facetiousness has no place right now. No, I'd continue with the same game plan. Why would you change that? He's got the serve working. The forehand he's hitting harder after that first set and a half. Stay with that game plan. If you're Berrettini, why would you change it? Andy, to me, does look just a tiny bit different than he looked 2 sets ago. I'm not sure what Roger thinks down there, but there was a couple of moments in that last game where there was a tiny bit of resignation.
Yeah, I think there's a little, Fitzy, obviously there's a little bit of fatigue creeping in, but the ball striking's still there, and I think he's just as heavily in this match as he was at the end of the 4th.
Fault. Out.
15 love.
Been one of the differences when he has found the space on that forehand in sets 3 and 4 for Berrettini, that he can hurt Murray straight down the line with that forehand. Opening couple of sets, he was just guiding it down there, and Murray was able to kind of hit this backhand cross and just keep Berrettini on the defense.
Two funny old forehand errors in this game from Berrettini. This is the moment you don't expect that. He's on a bit of a run. He's playing better.
But something to lose for the first time in the match.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm impressed with Berrettini. I mean, at 2 sets to love down, I thought he was basically gone. He didn't look really fully engaged to me. He looked slow a little bit and flat-footed, and he's made himself improve against a great player. He's impressive. And it seems like he's playing better and better as the match goes on.
Oh, Murray with an outrageous shot.
Crowd loving it.
How has he found this? Berrettini leaves this little nudge down the line so late, gives him the little fake with the racket as well.
He was facing backwards.
Look at Berrettini's reaction. He's as astonished as everybody else.
That was big, wasn't it? Huge. That can ignite you.
Games on.
And Fitzy, you asked about the energy of Andy, and you know, this crowd, if they want to, they can ride Andy here, and he'll get a lot from them as well, because he brings a lot of history, doesn't he, on this court?
Yeah, well, that's nothing against Matteo. They love him here too. I've been through some experiences with him on this centre court. Long matches, big 5-set wins.
Take a seat,
But
thank you.
they love Andy Murray.
Yeah, that's an impressive reset.
15 love.
How many times has he done that patch over the last 2 sets?
He's reacted incredibly positively to a lot of adversity in this match. Berrettini speaks volumes for his character.
Fault.
Just the first double fault from Berrettini.
This is where the serve, almost more than any other time, can come in, and there's Ivan trying to... All legal coaching from the box these days.
I think, strictly speaking, that isn't legal.
Okay, showing hand signals.
Just pulled him all over the court here.
And it can't be possible, can it, to be moving as well 15. Now as he was 3.5 hours ago. Make that 4. A little bit heavier in the legs.
And he mouth, I'm not sure if you've seen it on the replay, he was looking towards us and he said, terrible movement. That was shocking.
We're laughing with him here, not
exactly.
Not at him.
Fault.
Exactly. We know how
as hard as he has been on his coaching team at times, he's as hard on himself as well.
That's funny though.
And on we go, thrilling us for over 4 hours now. 3-2 Berrettini, deciding set.
3 games to 2.
You always hope that matches like this can turn into it after the opening couple of sets, don't you? But rarely do they do, if we're being totally honest. But this is, it was just the little genesis at the start of the third set where you just kind of felt that Berrettini started to feel the ball a little bit better for the first time here in Melbourne. And, well, he managed to get that break, and he never really looked back in that third set. But it has been a pulsating contest. The nice thing for whoever is the victor tonight is that it's not a long drive back into the city.
At time.
Well, we're not sure what's coming next, but the expectation of the inevitable drama that is coming our way is keeping us all on the edge of our seats right now. Murray producing a bit of sorcery in the last game to keep himself just ahead in the scoreline to get a 40-30 before winning that particular game. Berrettini once again resolute behind his serve, as he has been for the last couple of sets.
This is where it takes a big mental effort, doesn't it, to keep serving when you're coming from behind. Always down that one game, not a service break, but trailing constantly. It's wearing.
Third longest match of Berrettini's career in terms of time. He was going to definitely make the second longest of his career. Of course, Alcaraz here last year won it in a final set breaker, 4 hours and 10 minutes, the longest match of his career, 4 hours and 19 at Wimbledon in 2019. And interesting as well, Berrettini has won all 9 of the longest matches of his career.
Interesting. You are a font of knowledge, and that's important, by the way. He's a big, strong dude, isn't he? Vincenzo Centopadre, his mentor, his coach, his good friend.
You know, we talk about Andy Murray's slice backhand, but wow, has the Italian got a very, very attractive one as well.
Murray.
All tied, 3 apiece, fifth
3
set.
games all.
You haven't been working hard if there's no blood showing, have you?
You'll be hoping it's not all in vain. Murray's longest match, of course, over 5 hours against Juan Martín del Potro. That was in the Davis Cup back in 2016.
15 love.
Well, that little motion there from Murray shows me that he's really struggling on the return, and probably is unlikely, well, don't speak too soon, but unlikely to break really. If he's going to try and attempt to get that serve back in that fashion, he moved to his left, moved back to his right, and still got aced by a long way. He's struggling to move on the return. Nerves of steel, I think. You think your hand would be shaking a little bit too much to take the pace off the ball in that situation. Just hit another smash, Mark. He doesn't look like he's reacting to the return, Roger.
I don't think it's a reaction. It's more he doesn't know where to go. He's not picking the serve at all in the first court. I'm not sure what you think, Mark, but I just think it's just not picking it.
It's not the tiredness, which would be understandable.
Berrettini.
Nice comfortable little jog to the towel. Make sure Murray sees that he's still got plenty of energy if
Berrettini
the Scot is struggling a little bit physically. 4-3 Berrettini in the fifth. It's been an interesting match in lots of ways as well. I mean, more often than not, you talk about an evolving strategy for somebody to make a comeback, but there really hasn't been a huge amount of difference in terms of like the strategies. We've shown you that Berrettini's played better, and that maybe because of that Murray hasn't returned as well, but they both pretty much stuck to their plan all the way through this particular contest. It's just come down to who can execute at the right time, at the right moments, once they've both been playing well at the same time. The Yarra River, which takes a fairly sinuous route down here through Melbourne and out, not dissimilar to the way that this match has been.
Time.
Well, we now know that we're in a territory that Berrettini excels in fifth sets, in long matches. And it is something that Murray is going to have to overcome. The finishing line is in sight one way or another. Judged to perfection from Berrettini. What a valuable point the first point of the game is against the serve.
Love 15.
Well, his touch and feel is coming to the fore, isn't it? And we know he's got the power. Becoming the boss.
On.
Incredible to think that this is now Murray's second longest match here at the Australian Open after everything that he's been through with the operations on his hip. 4 hours and 50 minutes, the longest that he's played here, of course, against Novak in the semi-finals back in 2012.
(30-15). And 40-15.
Amazing shot.
Murray.
Well, this is where the experience can really kick in, because it seems to me that he's saving some energy at times here, but when it really matters, he fires up still. Remember that. Remember the volley that he hit when he accelerated out wide a few games ago. He's trying to manage his way through to a victory here.
Put together with metal made of granite.
Can I use that? That is a great line. It's like the $6 million man, isn't it? Lee Majors.
He's worth a little bit more than 6 million as well.
(15 love).
Another miraculous shot from Murray on the full stretch.
I think he was looking at you then. He knows where you're hiding, Mark. An old buddy.
Can you believe he's found that angle from there? Berrettini thought he had the court covered. Murray with other ideas.
What an asset this serve is.
30-15.
You know, he maintains his nerve, doesn't he, Berrettini, on his service games? Really does, for all of his game, really. But after that sensational previous point, goes back to work.
(40-15).
Well, it's just a different type of art form, isn't it? And Berrettini so proficient at it. What a sequence of serves after that amazing get from Murray. What a reaction from Berrettini. He's a game away from an amazing win.
Berrettini's smart games to 4.
How's that for composure, Roger? you love watching these players compete in a sport environment. How's that to step up after what Andy had just produced there? That, for many players, could have been the magic elixir to turn things around and look for a break. Berrettini was having none of it.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we were, even on the first point, Andy was so quick to get that first ball back, the first serve back with that chip, that block, and he was in the point. And so you just thought there was a little push after that. But as he's done right throughout the course of the third and fourth set, Berrettini's been able to turn up, step up to the line, settle, and find his mark. Such big serving, such precision. That's been the big one for me.
A time.
Well, there were lots of people that didn't expect to see Murray still out here in 2023 competing with the world's best with a metal hip, but those are the ones that said he couldn't do it. They're the ones watching. But as much as he's loving these contests and as much as he's loving being in these big stadiums, still competing with these players, he has come out on the wrong side of the result too often for his own liking. And when you love something this much, it's probably going to break your heart a few times. He'll be hoping that that isn't the case today.
Fault.
Love.
That's a big 2 opening points, because our calculation says last game with these balls before we crack the newies.
$30-15.
Every single point has value at this stage of a match. And that's why.
$30-all. 30-40.
It looked unlikely we would have this scenario, but Berrettini believed in himself, and he's carved out a match point.
Deuce.
It is hard to believe that he has missed that. It just needed to go over the net. What an escape from a situation that looked as though it had gone for Murray and he was out of the match, but he survives.
And after that backhand miss, Mark, and he took a couple of looks back at his opponent just to gauge
Murray.
what was going on the face of Berrettini.
East.
Goodness me, he's impressive as a competitor.
Deuce.
Fault.
Advantage, Murray.
Where there will be ecstasy, there will also be agony.
Game, Murray.
Murray continues to redefine what is possible in elite sport.
F5 games on.
Can Berrettini put the miss on match point behind him?
These players are ready, thank you.
collection of forehands we've borne witness to today, but that ultimately was the best one.
15 love.
That probably was the best forehand of the tournament, given the moment, Mark.
I mean, the value attached to that opening point of the game after what has just gone on a Murray service game was huge, and he delivers that. Testament to his temperament.
$30 love. $30-15.
That was an extraordinary touch. Extraordinary.
$40-15.
Yeah, Andy was so concerned about obviously the umpire's chair just sticking out there that he had to sort of guard against it, but Berrettini robbing the ball of its ability to bounce. And any ambitions that Murray hopes that he could carry into that returning game after what had unfolded were thwarted very quickly by the brilliance of Berrettini. 6-5.
Berrettini is 6 games to 5.
Well, he survived a scare on his own serve. And he'll be looking to try and push this through into the tiebreaker here in the 5th. He got lucky on the drop shot that got him out of trouble on the match point down. But it was a high risk shot and he was very fortunate. Time for everybody in the stadium to stand up, stretch their legs, digest what they've witnessed for 4.5 hours, talk about what may be just around the corner here. What is going to be the difference maker between these two? Are we heading to a tiebreaker? Berrettini will be buoyed with his chances of potentially breaking after his last return game.
Imagine walking in today, you bought your ticket, you sat down, roof was shut, and you've been entertained at this level, Mark. Not a bad ticket, hey?
It's been a fabulous match. Another great advertisement for this wonderful sport, arguably the hardest in the world. You need to be so great in so many different facets. Murray's nerve will be tested again.
Love 15. $15 all.
He's been appropriately aggressive all the way through this contest, Murray.
$30-15. $40-15. A 6 games all, final set tiebreak. Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-point tiebreak will now be played to decide the match.
Mark, I think so the crowd are right behind this. They have a 10-point tiebreak. I think Andy went to town on the couple of backhands that have been missed from Berrettini. Let's look at this. Look at that closer in this tiebreak.
Fault.
Well, he opens up the court for a simple winner in anything but a simple situation.
$1-0 Murray.
I think I'm correct in saying this is Murray's first fifth set deciding tiebreaker. As for his man he's playing against, the last couple that he's played deciding set breakers have been in 5 sets. Last one coming here against Alcaraz. He beat Monfils at the US Open in a 5th set breaker. Another beguiling rally from Murray, pulling Berrettini all over the court.
That was off the top shelf because Andy just stood on the baseline. He stepped into the baseline. He refused to be pushed further than the baseline to take away the time of Berrettini and control the point.
Berrettini thinks it's a let.
A 3-0 Murray.
And this now seems really big, doesn't it, Mark? Because he's been able to answer the challenge Berrettini when trailing, and this one feels a little different.
Four unanswered points for Murray.
A 4-0 Murray.
Fault.
Five-0 Murray.
Well, it is the one thing, of course, about the final set breaker here. It is the first to 10 points, so there is time for Berrettini to rescue the situation he finds himself in.
A 5-1 Murray.
But it is a healthy lead that Murray takes down to the other end of the court. And it feels a long time ago that he was facing match point and Berrettini with just the one backhand that he should have made to win it. His victory slipping from the Italian's grasp.
A 6-1 Murray. 6-2, Murray.
In these 10-point tie breaks, you can feel like you've got this big gap, but really quickly they can shrink and things can get extremely tight. This is a huge point.
Fault.
And still they enthrall us with another quality exchange.
What about the two backhands from Berrettini? Just leant on them and accelerated the side of the court, which we may look back and cost him the match.
6-3, Murray. A 7-3, Murray. Eight, 3, Murray.
Stone cold from Andy.
Yeah, and what a great play at that time. Petch, hit the ball down the line, come into net, and test out the slice of Matteo.
It's hard to imagine that you can produce that kind of tennis with your back against the wall for as long as Berrettini has been, having had match point, and yet somehow he turns what looked like a seemingly impossible situation.
8-4, Murray.
Into still giving himself a chance of a revival. Murray tantalizingly close to this win. He so desperately wants. But how well did Berrettini execute the lob and then the follow-up shots from there?
Surviving, not with his weapon.
Dan Evans looking on. It's not just the fans that he's taken on an unprecedented adventure. It's been the people that he's played Davis Cup with, that he's brought along in British tennis, that are invested in him. Evans a winner over Bagness, and he's hoping that Murray can join him in the second round.
Murray. Eight, 6, Murray.
He never wavered. He's never backed down. And despite having a save, a match point in this fifth set, Murray finds himself with 3 match points.
Game, set the match, Murray. 3 sets to 2, 6-3, 6-3, 4-6, 6-7, 7-6.
An extraordinary match, deserved an extraordinary way to finish it. Fortune favours the brave and the courageous, and Murray has that in abundance, and he's shown it today. And we're about to witness those pure and pure emotions that we've seen from Andy throughout the course of his career. The authenticity that has made so many fans gravitate towards him. He's never wavered from having his opinion about the right things, and he has never, ever wavered from the challenge of being the best professional tennis player that he could be in the course of his career. And boy, has he had some obstacles to overcome in the last few years. Emotional heartache of a tennis match that finishes in almost 4 hours and 50 minutes, having had match point, are indescribable, and the pain will be deep and it will be long. And for a man that made the semi-finals here last year, that is going to be a bitter disappointment, and he will take a while to reflect on how that match point got away from him. But as for Andy, there will be not anybody in this stadium begrudging him this victory. It is a court that has, of course, been great to him, but it had also not brought him the ultimate triumph that he is so desperately wanted down under. But it is a court today that has been good to him. And look at those fans. Look at what he's given them. Yes, titles validate your greatness, but at the end of the day, it's the visual memories that live with us the longest. And that's what those fans in the background will take away from today. Nothing is impossible in Andy's world. physical problems that he's had also contributed to some confidence problems, but that belief is relearnable and it's irresistible, and at times like today it is unstoppable, and he's had it for the majority of his career. This will be a great interview. Don't go anywhere. John Fitzgerald.
Andy, that doesn't happen every day. We've been treated to something pretty special. It's been 18 years since you've lost from 2 sets to love. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, no.
Well, that stretch is going to continue, okay? And Andy, to borrow a line from your good friend and mine too, Mark Petchey, he said, "You're put together with a bit of steel, but you are made of granite." Well done. You must be tired.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be feeling this evening and tomorrow, but right now I'm just, yeah, unbelievably happy, very proud of myself. I've put a lot of work into the last few months with my team who are here. Yeah, to give me the opportunity to perform on stadiums like this and matches like this against players like Matteo, and it paid off tonight.
Well, you inspire a lot of us older people, Andy. You're only 35, but you went against a 26-year-old today. That's a heck of a physical effort. You wouldn't have known either that he had won his last 9 tiebreakers at the Australian Open before that 5th set tiebreaker.
I didn't. No, I didn't know. Didn't know any of these stats, which probably helped. But yeah, that's the first time I've ever played one of those 10-point tiebreakers, and it's a bit different. You know, like when you're up 6-1, 7-1, or whatever, like it feels like, you know, you're still quite far away. And he came back really strong, and I was just a bit lucky at the end with the net cord. But I mean, I think some of the tennis at the end was really good. It felt like that playing. I don't know what it looked like, but yeah, it was. I mean, he was serving unbelievable, and he's a brilliant competitor as well. He's one of the best competitors on the tour. He always fights right to the end. So yeah, I did well to get through.
Well, there was a few ebbs and flows. I mean, you were quite extraordinary in the first 2 sets. You looked like you had the match under control, and he did get better. And he did, I can tell you some more stats, he did serve incredibly well in the 3rd and 4th sets. So you must have just mentally felt like you had to hang there and try to produce it again at the end, which you did.
Yeah, I mean, I had a couple of break points early in the 3rd set, and you know, didn't get them. He served well on those points. The momentum changed after that, and yeah, like you said, it felt to me like he was serving unbelievable, like really accurate as well and close to the lines. And I'd made a couple of little tweaks right at the end of the 5th set. Maybe I could have done that sooner to get a few more returns back in play. But yeah, he did play extremely well the last 3 sets.
And so did you. It was extraordinary tennis. We will remember this match for a long time, Andy. Do you want to know? Have you seen the draw? Do you know who's in your section?
I knew I was playing Kokkinakis or Fognini.
Yeah, so another Italian maybe. That'd go down well, wouldn't it?
Would it?
No, they haven't played yet. It could be Fognini, it could be Kokkinakis. So you probably need to get some rest. We're going to all refer to you as Sir Andy from now on in this stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a man that's been to the Australian Open final 5 times. He's an inspiration to all of us. Andy, it's good to have you back.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, mate.
He's done well there. He's kept it together, because I'm sure the emotions were bubbling underneath the surface. It's an incredible effort. It's amazing to see how much this sport means to somebody, and when something means as much to them, it just means a lot more to us as well, because he has invested heartache, hours, and the stuff that you don't see when the cameras are on him on the court here, this is just such a small fraction of what he has had to do to endure to get himself backed into a place to come out on top and knock out a player that's been residing comfortably in the world's top 10 since injuries kind of hurt him last year, and he couldn't defend his points at Wimbledon as well for Berrettini. As we roll the credits, and a second win for Murray against Berrettini. They played 5 times now.